we have some missile alerts right now in southern Israel. Missile alerts in southern Israel. Thank you for being here. I have eaten. So, oh, sorry, the microphone is in the wrong place. Hey again, we have missile alerts in southern Israel. Thanks Ramen in my tum tum for being a member. Thanks to everybody for joining us. We have missile alerts in southern Israel. Missile fire from Iran. Missile fire from Iran. All right. There's bells going on there's been bells going on for hours in Beirut. I don't know if that's because of Easter or not. So again, we are showing you missile alerts in southern Israel, missile launch from Iran. Thank you to Kate Rose for being a member. Let me just take 2 seconds here. Okay. And also, real quick, Crystal Ball Gypsy Doll and KC3DLL, thanks for being members. We are looking at missile alerts in southern Israel after missile fire from Iran. We'll have to wait. I don't have a camera from there. We'll have to wait and see what happens. Some of them are going away. All right, I'll check up and see what I can find out about what happened. If you give me a second here. I need 2 seconds. Need 2 seconds here. Whoa, hold on. Hang on. Let's see if I can find any reporting about this latest missile alert yet. I don't know what happened with these missiles yet. Missile or missiles. No word yet. As soon as I hear anything more, I'll let you know. Uh, I didn't even see this. You know, I went out when President Trump posted this. I think President Trump posted something right after I went to get food. I'm now back. We were streaming earlier today, and I didn't even see this thing he posted like 2 hours ago. You can see like 2 hours ago, President Trump said, many of Iran's military leaders who have led them poorly and unwisely are terminated, along with much else, with this massive strike in Tehran. He posted this a couple hours ago. I hadn't even seen this yet. I'll have to see if there's reporting about that. I mean, he says many of Iran's military leaders were destroyed. I don't know if that's true. N12 News had a report a short while ago. N12 News reported that the U.S. military is reportedly carrying out strikes in southwest Iran, apparently against Iranian forces on the ground who are trying to locate the downed pilot. According to reports, there are several dead and wounded, but it is unclear whether these are Revolutionary Guard members or local civilians who joined the search. Media outlets affiliated with the regime are spreading the narrative that the U.S. military is trying to eliminate the pilot to prevent him from being captured. Well, I can't imagine that's true. So I don't know if any of that's true, but that's what N12 News had said. They had heard reports that the U.S. military was carrying out airstrikes on Iranian people who were trying to find the pilot or the crew member. I don't know if that's true. I'd be careful with the rumors about the stuff with the missing crew member. We just don't know a lot right now. No, barely anything. Excuse me. Thank you to Greg Pondell. I appreciate it. Thanks for the membership, Greg Pondell. Yeah, you know, I just don't know. President Trump, when he posted that thing about this attack, I don't really have any details on it right now. President Trump, a couple hours ago, claimed that he posted video of an attack in Iran and claimed that many of Iran's military leaders and much else were terminated in this strike. I haven't seen any other details on it. Hold on a second here. Give me one moment. I'll let you know if I hear anything more about that strike that President Trump posted about. Shin, who I follow, says 4 huge blasts in Isfahan province, Iran. No casualties reported at this time from the latest missiles that were fired at southern Israel. No casualties at this time. That's according to MDA. We still have no statement at all from the U.S. government, no official statement about the aircraft stuff that happened yesterday, about the reported missing crew member, nothing whatsoever. Also, Iran hasn't said anything about the reported missing crew member, so just nothing. Faytux News posted. Faytux News, who I follow, claims they are getting credible reports of U.S. helicopter activity over southwestern Iran. Amid reports that the search mission for the missing crew member continues. I would certainly think if the U.S. hadn't found that person and didn't know where they were, they would keep searching for them. Yeah, I mean, I would just be careful. I see these claims floating around online about stuff about the search. I don't know where anyone is getting this stuff. I'm taking it with a giant grain of salt. It doesn't seem well sourced at all. Things about what's going on in southwestern Iran during the search. I would be careful of all that reporting or all those claims floating around. Do I have the theory about the radio silence? Well, I would think if they had recovered the second pilot, they would say so. I don't know much, but I would think that. If you missed it, President Trump earlier today said, "Remember when I gave Iran 10 days to make a deal or open up the Hormuz Strait? Time is running out. 48 hours before all hell will rain down on them. Glory be to God, President Donald J. Trump." He has given them deadlines before, and then they have gotten extended. I am assuming that deadline is 8 p.m. on the 6th, because even though he posted this at in the morning of the 4th, because he had posted earlier, 5 or 6 days ago, saying it was 8 p.m. Remember this post right here from President Trump? That was May 28th. He said, "As per Iranian government request, please let this statement serve to represent I am pausing the period of energy plant destruction by 10 days to Monday, April 6th at 8 p.m. Eastern Time." So that was the deadline he set days ago. And I'm going to guess that's still the deadline. By the way, an update here. Thanks to AZ Intel for mentioning this. Kuwait reports that the oil sector complex in Shuwaik, Kuwait, was targeted by drones, resulting in a fire at the site with no injuries reported. That's in Kuwait. By the way, thanks very much to Kenny E80 for the memberships. Thank you, Kenny E80. And also Janet B for the gift memberships. That's very nice of you, Janet B. Thank you. Let me look up something about the Shuwaik oil complex. Oh, it's the oil sector complex in Kuwait. Oil sector complex, Kuwait. What is that? I'm looking it up. It's in the Shuwaik district of Kuwait City. And I'm looking up on Gemini, which says it is the joint international headquarters for two of the country's most important energy entities, the Ministry of Oil and the Kuwait Petroleum Corporation. That is the oil sector complex. And as I mentioned, the Kuwait government said fire was reported at the oil sector complex after a drone attack. I found it on the map so I can show you. Hold on one second here. What do I have to do here? Hold on. Why is that doing this? Hang on. That makes no sense. Okay, that's better. The oil sector complex is here. I see. Oopsie. So I gotta fix this. It's acting all strange. Why is this acting so strange? Oh, I see. I messed something up. Hold on, I messed something up. I messed something up. There it is. Okay, I'm sorry. So here's this. Okay, now, the oil sector complex which was hit in Kuwait, and there was a fire caused by drones. That's up here in Kuwait, and it's here. There it is. It says Kuwait Oil Corporation. So I don't know what's on fire there at the oil sector complex, which houses important offices for Kuwait's energy industry. Something's on fire there after a drone attack. If I hear more, I'll let you know more. Again, there are some unconfirmed claims online from Faytux Network and others, and N12 talking about possibly U.S. helicopters doing searching in Iran. I don't know if that's true. Iranian media reports? OSINT Technical says. Let me see what I can find in Iranian media. I've been looking at some Iranian media. I don't see anything on Fars. Don't see anything in Fars. What other Iranian media I can look at? How about Tasneem? I'm looking at Tasneem and I don't see anything there. Okay. How about Mer News? I'm looking at Mer News, and I don't see anything about U.S. helicopters there. So none of those say anything. How about ISNA? ISNA News, Iran. I'm looking there for news about this. I don't see anything about helicopters flying over Iran there. I'll check some other Iranian media, but I have not seen those reports yet. Shin, who does reporting about Iran, claims that there is helicopter activity and jet airstrikes and gunfire in the area, in the part of the country where the plane went down, where the F-15 went down. I cannot confirm that. Yeah, this is the province here. This is the province where it is believed that the plane went down. Kogalua and Boyer Ahmad province. See that red mark there? So there's reports of possible helicopter activity and fighting in that area, but I don't know if that's really going on. Mort says, tough terrain to find anyone. Tanks a Lot says, this is war. Not much is going to be confirmed until after the fact. Michael Horowitz, who I follow, he says there are unconfirmed reports of intense U.S. helicopter activity and airstrikes in Iran, possibly related to a rescue op. We don't know. Breaking Wave says, has there been any photos of a second ejection seat from the downed fighter? No, there was only one photo floating around yesterday, posted by state media, of a possible seat from the plane. Breaking Wave says, we hope the second pilot got out. We don't know if the second pilot did get out. I hope they did. Kuwait says they are currently confronting hostile missiles and drones. We already know that Kuwait announced there was a fire caused by drones at an important oil office facility in Kuwait. That facility was, what did they call it? It's called the Oil Sector Complex. I wonder if this picture is the oil sector complex. The oil sector complex in Shuwaik, Kuwait City, was targeted by drones, resulting in a fire at the site with no injuries reported. The oil sector complex, I believe, is the joint headquarters for the Kuwait Petroleum Corporation and the Ministry of Oil. Oh, the Ministry of Finance in Kuwait announces that the ministry's complex building in Kuwait City was targeted Saturday night by a hostile drone, which resulted in severe material damage to the building without recording casualties. It has been decided that work on Sunday will be remote for employees of the ministry's complex. So a couple different sites tonight have been hit. The oil sector complex and the Ministry of Finance, the ministry's complex building in Kuwait City. I believe it's two different buildings. They've both been hit by drones. The ministry's complex had significant damage. The oil sector complex building has a fire. And then Kuwait is currently dealing with more drones and missiles now, they said. So something to keep an eye on. Will we hear anything tonight from the U.S. government about the planes yesterday, about the missing crew member? Because we haven't heard anything so far. Will we hear anything tonight? President Trump reportedly has been in the White House all day. What is going on? Thank you to I Am Touch for being a member. We got to hear something at some point. Aaron Meyer says, I think we will hear if they rescue the pilot. Thanks, by the way, so much to John Thiela. John, that's really nice of you. Thanks for your support for the channel, John Thiela. Very kind of you. Hang on. As I said before, I am timing people out for posting stuff about Trump in the hospital. There is nothing, there are no reliable sources saying Trump is in the hospital. There is lots of evidence he's not in the hospital. His director of communications said he's been in the White House all day. Multiple journalists say there has been no travel from the White House to the hospital. All I've heard is people posting rumors on social media with no kind of sourcing. Now, as I said before, am I inside the Oval Office? Do I have my eyes directly on President Trump? No, of course I don't. Can I be 100% sure he didn't go to the hospital? Of course I can't. I'm not sure. Could he have possibly had a doctor's appointment, especially being 79 years old and a human being? Sure, I'm sure he goes to the doctor once in a while. When he goes to the doctor, does he maybe not like to tell the public? Possibly. But all that being said, I have seen nothing at all except for random people posting on the internet rumors that are in no way sourced. So I don't want to keep seeing this in the chat. Most people in the chat don't want to keep seeing it. So if you want to discuss rumors about stuff that have no reliable sourcing behind it, please take it somewhere else. But we're not allowing it in the chat. I will time you out. And the mods will too. Enough of this. By the way, thanks to Zero Dawn for the memberships. Thanks, Zero Dawn. Also, Blazing Game, thanks for being a member. Also, thank you to Mercury Shadow for subscribing on Twitch, Cece for the bits on Twitch, Jan Joel for subscribing on Twitch. Oh, I just saw a picture supposedly. So the government ministry's building in Kuwait has significant damage from a drone attack. And we heard that because the government themselves posted that. I just saw an unconfirmed photo of a fire at that building. I don't know, or an unconfirmed video. I don't know if that video is legit, but we do know that the building has sustained significant damage from a drone attack because the Kuwait government posted about it. Again, I don't know if that I don't know if the video I saw was legit. Yeah, also if you post stuff in the chat about the missing pilot, and you're just posting some claim and you don't source it at all, you will be timed out. I'm tired of seeing all that stuff too. People don't want to see it. So source what you're saying, say where you got it, or you're going to be timed out. Oh, hold on a second here. Is this the building? Hang on. I'm seeing another video which purports to show the Ministry of Petroleum, Ministry of Oil building on fire. But I can't confirm that. Let's see here. I'm trying to figure it out. I'd like to post it if I can confirm it. I'm going to have to post my X account in the chat. I'll do that in a second. Hold on a second here. That's a video. The audio the audio you're hearing is the video of the fire. That audio is the video I'm looking at of the fire that's burning in Kuwait. But I can't tell if it's a video from today or not. I'll post the video in a second. And I'm trying to screenshot it to get okay, it says it's the oil sector complex building. I'm going to post it on my X account. And you can see it there. Ah, it is. That's the building. Okay. Hang on a moment. Hang on a moment. This is unconfirmed video of fire at the oil sector complex building in Kuwait, which houses the Ministry of Oil and the Kuwait Petroleum Corporation. Give me a moment. I'm going to post this right now. Hang on. Okay, so I just posted on my X account, and I'll post a link in the chat to that video, which purports to show, unconfirmed video, which purports to show a large fire on the top of the oil sector complex in Kuwait City, which houses the Ministry of Oil and the Kuwait Petroleum Corporation. The government of Kuwait has already confirmed there was a drone attack on that complex which caused a fire. So we do know there's a fire there. But you can see that on my X account. And what I will do is I'll post my X account in the chat. The audio you heard before was from that video, but you'll be able to see that if you watch the video. I was playing it. I didn't realize the audio was on, but if you watch the video, you can see it's the same audio. Let me post in the chat my X account and pin that so people have it. Because I don't have the rights to the video to show it here. Kazuka says that's a big fire. Oops, hold on. Where is... For more videos and photos, see Steve's X feed. Then I gotta put this, sorry. Okay, I am posting my X feed in the chat right now. Sorry for the delay. I just wanted to take a look at that video. And I'm going to pin that, my X account on YouTube, and maybe the mods on Twitch and Facebook could pin it there as well. Thank you. Now, there's another video going around. Michael Horowitz, who I follow, posted a video that claims to show locals going to the site in Iran where the rescue is allegedly ongoing. I don't know if any of this is true. So there are these rumors floating around that there's rescue activity going on in southwest Iran related to the search for the missing crew member of the F-15 plane. And then there's also rumors floating around claiming that locals are heading to the site of the rescue. I have no idea if any of this is true. By the way, thanks to Swamp Fox for being a member. Thanks so much to Atlantifa, Antlant? Looks like Antlantifa. Antlantifa? Is that what the name is? Thanks for the membership. That's really nice of you. For the memberships, make sure you thank somebody if they give you a gift sub or a gift membership. Antla Antifa, I think it is. And Nick Kapoor, thanks for being a member as well. And thanks also Swamp Fox for the gift memberships. That's very nice of you, Swamp Fox. Thank you. One of the viewers thinks it's going to be $150 barrel oil on Sunday. The oil markets open tomorrow at 6 p.m. Eastern Time. Also, Michael Hutchinson. That's very nice of you, Michael Hutchinson. Thank you for the memberships. Also, Susan Ray Silvestri. Very nice of you as well. Thank you for the memberships. Oh, hold on. Hang on a second here. Ministries complex in Kuwait. Seeing another video here of, I think, other damage in a Kuwait building. Again, there are rumors going on about rescue activity in Iran, about locals going out to the area, about clashes between rescuers and Iranian forces. None of it can be confirmed at this point. I don't know if any of it's true. A lot of rumors. Hey, thanks very much to all of our moderators. Havasu Mom is moderating. Beth Mythical is moderating. Roberts May Queen is moderating. I appreciate it. On Twitch, Big Ball of Yarn, LB Prairie Dawn, Idaho Star, Matthew Kohai 3, and Sarah are all moderating. Thank you. Thanks also Jim Aconius for your support on Twitch. Thanks also to Shannon Chrissy for the memberships. That's very nice of you, Shannon Chrissy. And Just Joanne. Thanks for being a member, Just Joanne. Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha moderate for us on X. Thank you very much. Also, thank you to our Facebook moderators. Oh, also thank you so much to G. Callan for the memberships. G. Callan, that's really nice of you. Thanks for giving memberships. Make sure you thank somebody if they give you a membership. Oopsie. Thanks to...
also, thank you so much to G. Callan for the memberships.
Hearing myself twice. K. Larry Body, Margaret Riley, thank you so much for moderating on Facebook. Charlotte Webb as well. Thanks, Barry Andrea Holder's moderating. Thanks, Brian Davio and Barry Eisler for subscribing over there. And also Michael Hutchinson. Thank you, Michael, for the memberships. Much appreciated, Michael Hutchinson. Did I also thank Roberts Mayqueen for moderating and Ruth? If I didn't, thanks Roberts Mayqueen and Ruth for moderating. Kuwait News Agency says, I mentioned this earlier, Ministry of Finance employees of the ministry complex, employees of the ministry's complex will work remotely on Sunday following a drone attack that caused significant material damage to the building. That is a different building than the oil sector complex, which is on fire or was on fire after a drone attack in Kuwait City as well. I just wanted to mention this again. It's a very interesting story, and we talked about it a little bit in our earlier stream today. But I've seen multiple people reporting on this. One of them is Evan Hill, who is with the Washington Post. He does open source and visual forensic investigations. So he would be somebody who would use satellite footage, for example, publicly available satellite footage, to try to figure out, what's happening in the world and where things are and that kind of thing. So Planet, which is, he says, one of the most important U.S.-based commercial satellite imagery providers, Planet, on whom most media outlets rely, now says the government has asked all imagery providers to indefinitely withhold satellite images from the Iran war. Just so you can see, that's his post right there. One of the most important U.S.-based commercial satellite imagery providers on whom most media outlets rely says the government has asked all imagery providers to indefinitely withhold satellite images from the Iran war. And he included in that post, which you can see on my X account, or you can go to Evan Hill's X account, a message to him from Planet that said, due to the conflict in the Middle East, the U.S. government has requested all satellite imagery providers voluntarily implement an indefinite withhold of imagery in the designated area of interest. Yes, Evan posted that today. So, for example, if there is an attack on some air base, sometimes you can see destroyed planes the day after or something. Well, you can't if you don't have the satellite footage. If there's an attack someplace, you can look the day after and see what is the damage like there, wherever. Not going to be able to see that now. And other things you might use satellite footage for. Sizzle Drip says so much for OSINT. Yeah, I mean, that will certainly make it harder to find out about certain things going on. Sparky thinks that doesn't bode well. Sounds like they're planning something big. Thanks to Bunker Buster for being a member. I appreciate that, Bunker Buster. J2 says Chinese satellite companies will fill the void. It's interesting. I don't know enough about that industry to know, will people who relied on American providers have other providers they can go to? It's a good question. It's a very good question. I don't know, because I feel like, wouldn't the government maybe go after those providers selling stuff in the US if they found out they were doing it? I don't know. Misha 4 says they can lie about who is winning. Gemini says that the current blackout on the satellite imagery will be a major blow to open source intelligence journalists. In the media, and also independent too. BB Wolf says sounds like the ground troops are going in. Anna Bauer, who I follow, reposted Alex Plitzis, who is a CNN national security analyst, and he said that there are lots of unconfirmed reports of a potential ongoing rescue operation for the downed weapons system officer in Iran, but he says nothing has been confirmed. We've been saying lots of rumors floating around, unconfirmed reports. I don't know if anything is actually happening there. Oh, by the way, Faytux Network. So, I posted that video. Which I had found online that purported to show the fire at the Kuwait building that hosts the Ministry of Oil and the Kuwait Petroleum Corporation. So I hadn't even seen that Faytux Network, around the same time I posted it, they posted it as well, and they actually they geolocated it, in the sense of they found a picture of the actual building, which certainly resembles the video, the building in the video. So it certainly looks like that's the building. I'll post a link to their post. I am checking different sources here, trying to get you updates. I've also seen some reports that say Iranian media is saying this. And then when I look at the various Iranian media outlets I follow, they don't say that. So I don't even know where these reports are getting that stuff. Give me a moment here. Give me one moment. Just saw, I'm seeing video that purports to show more strikes in Kuwait. I'm not sure exactly what. There's already been some drone strikes tonight in Kuwait. So waiting to hear more on that. Why are they attacking Kuwait so hard, says Haley Girl. I don't know. It seems a lot of drone strikes in Kuwait tonight from Iran. Are more just getting through? Are they launching more? I don't know. Now it's interesting. Faytuck's network posted something saying that a pro-Iran Iraqi militia claimed responsibility for targeting American interests in Kuwait, saying their attack was a response to the U.S. strike on the Salemche border crossing. Now, I don't know if they're responsible, but it's an interesting idea that the attacks could have come from pro-Iranian Iraqi militias instead of from Iran. I don't know. There was the border between the Shalamche border between Iraq and Iran was closed for part of today after airstrikes on the Iranian side said, according to Reuters, that crossing serves as one of the main routes to imports to Iraq of vegetables and other food supplies from Iran, traders and border officials say. I'm trying to get more about that. I don't know who did those airstrikes at that Iraq-Iran border crossing. I'm looking at a couple articles and it doesn't say. Maybe it was Israel or the U.S., I don't know. Still no official government, U.S. government announcement at all. The U.S. government has said nothing at all about an F-15 plane which reportedly got shot down in Iran yesterday, the reported rescue of one crew member while another crew member is reportedly missing, an A-10 Warthog plane that was part of the search that got shot down as well, with the pilot ejecting and being rescued. Nothing about that from the U.S. government. Nothing about the reported 2 Black Hawk helicopters that got hit with fire during the search and some people on them got injured. Nothing about them. Nothing. There are rumors tonight of search activity, of possible clashes involved in the search activity. I don't know if any of it's true. I see a lot of, people online who post about this stuff and they claim something and they don't say how they know this. And it seems strange to me. Why would this person know this when no one else knows it? President Trump has reportedly been at the White House all day. Presumably, I'm sure he's spending a bunch of time on this. But we have not gotten any official updates. Mano says, I feel like a lot going on right now, and yet we have no idea. Uh-oh, hold on one second. I just did something here. I got to fix something. here. Give me a moment here. Sorry about that. The New York Times also reported on that satellite company. They said Planet Labs, a major satellite imagery provider, is indefinitely withholding access to satellite imagery over Iran and the conflict region after a request from the U.S. government. Planet Labs said that the U.S. government request to withhold satellite imagery was made for safety and operational security reasons. Our viewer Fringe says that's strange. Danny Parton says, good as it should be. The Washington Post says, inside the Pentagon today, there was a tight focus on information silence as the agency worked the rescue. A U.S. official told the Washington Post today, everybody in the world cares about that service member and getting them home safely and how it will affect the war. U.S. officials told the Washington Post that both crew members that both crew members ejected from the F-15. That's what U.S. officials told the Washington Post. There is one crew member missing. Remember, President Trump said earlier today, remember when I gave Iran 10 days to make a deal or open up the Hormuz Strait? Time is running out, 48 hours before all hell will rain down on them. Glory be to God. He has set several deadlines before. This is the latest one. Well, he originally set this one like 7 or 8 days ago, but the previous ones had been extended. The one he is referring to in that previous post is this one, where he said, where he said, back on March 26th, as per Iranian government request, please let this statement serve to represent I am pausing the period of the energy plant destruction by 10 days to Monday, April 6th at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. So that's when he says the deadline is. Corey thinks Trump does big things on a Monday so stock market settles on Friday. I mean, I remember a couple weeks ago, he did a 48-hour deadline over the weekend, and then Monday morning, before the stock market opened, he gave 5 extra days. Vato Loco says time is ticking. It is 3:53 Iran time. 3:53 Iran time. Thank you, Douthis, for the gift sub on Twitch. Thank you, Cece, for the gift sub on Twitch. I really appreciate that. I don't know if I'll be covering the lunar flyby. It depends on when it happens, and I'm traveling back tomorrow. Depends on what's going on in the war. I'm also traveling back tomorrow. So I don't even know when that's supposed to be. Thought it was around day 4 of the mission. Monday. Yeah, it's supposed to be Monday, I guess. So we might cover some of it, or maybe we'll cover it while we're covering the war. I don't know if we'll do separate coverage of it. But it's possible. It's possible. It's definitely possible. The New York Times reports that, we told you earlier, Israel had said this. Israel attacked Iranian petrochemical facilities today. The New York Times said it was an attack on Iran's largest petrochemical industrial complex. It has effectively shut down all production in the complex. Israel claimed that the petrochemical complex produced chemical materials used for weapons. As I mentioned, though, earlier, and Manny Fabian of the Times of Israel mentioned this, the Times of Israel recently reported that the Israeli government the Israeli political leadership had told the military to shift to striking economic targets in Iran aimed at causing massive financial damage to the regime. So these strikes today by Israel on this Iranian petrochemical complex, was that really done because it was a military target, or did they think it was an economic target, or both? I don't know. The New York Times says Israel and the U.S. has intensified attacks on Iranian infrastructure in recent days. We've had an attack on a bridge, remember? Steel plants. They say also pharmaceutical and scientific research centers and other infrastructure targets. A couple other things that the Times reported. They said that that two oil ministry officials told them that the shutdown of the petrochemical plants today that were hit in that complex was an immeasurable blow to Iran's economy, and also said rebuilding the plants and getting production to its original level would take about 2 years. And will we start seeing U.S. Attack more bridges and power plants like Trump has said? We don't know. The Wall Street Journal had a story today saying that top aides have privately made the case to President Trump in recent days that Iran's power generating facilities and bridges are legitimate military targets because destroying them could cripple the country's missile and nuclear programs. So are we going to start seeing the U.S. hit bridges and power plants like Trump has threatened to? Stone Age says the V. FB Outland says hopefully. Andy M says war crimes. Wall Street thinks it's about to get real messy over there. There is also a report today from Reuters that says, Reuters reported today that Israel is preparing for attacks on Iranian energy sites and is awaiting the U.S. green light, and that any such attacks would likely come within the next week. Thank you to Aaron S. for being a member. Aaron thinks Trump always makes deadlines than tacos. That's what Aaron thinks. Sorry, the second of a video played. Hey, thanks so much to Sydney for the memberships. Thank you, Sydney, for the memberships. Washington Post says U.S. races to find missing airman as Iranian TV broadcasts reward for capture. The Post says combat search and rescue operations are inherently risky because the helicopters and planes used for them fly lower to the ground and must rely on other aircraft to protect them from enemy fire. In Iran, state media has shown footage of people appearing to head into the mountains in Khuzestan carrying rifles to search for the missing crew member. Earlier, it said many people had traveled to the area to, quote, capture the American, and said Iranian armed forces called on people not to mistreat the pilot. Iranian television also broadcast a statement offering people in the area a valuable reward for the capture of an enemy pilot alive. Cynthia says, I wonder how things are going in the Strait today. We'll check marine traffic in a little bit. Our viewer OTG30 said, "This is why Iran is hitting Kuwait," and sent me a link to a France 24 story that says videos show U.S. missiles being launched from Kuwait into Iran. Now, I don't know if that story is true. France 24 says they have verified and geolocated multiple videos showing that on at least 2 occasions, U.S. missiles were launched from inside the territory of Kuwait. Might be true. At the same time, Iran also could just be attacking Kuwait and neighboring countries as part of a strategy to just put pressure on the war to end. I've seen their strategy described as, make other countries suffer to a degree that those countries will put pressure on, the U.S. and Israel to end the war. And also maybe just hurt the economy in general, hurt the world economy and cause, Israel, which could cause Israel and America problems. So I don't know to what degree Iran is targeting neighboring countries because it thinks they're helping the war effort against them, or just as part of an overall strategy to, for example, hurt the economy. Thank you for writing in, though. It is 8:40 Eastern Time, and we still have no comment at all about all of the plane stuff that went down in Iran yesterday. One of our viewers says it's been like 48 hours. I believe the first photos I saw posted of the plane wreckage it was yesterday at like 1 in the morning or so. That's when I first saw Iranian state media posting them. Oh, I have an update from the province where the plane reportedly went down. This is very interesting. This is from ISNA, Iranian news outlet. ISNA posts report about American-Israeli attack. I'm going to show it to you guys. In the province where reportedly the F-15 crashed. They say a number of residents were killed and injured. So they don't really give specifics. They say that there was a military attack a few hours ago in the province where the F-15 fighter reportedly went down. But they don't say anything about the F-15 in this report. But they do say some local people were killed and injured. So I do wonder, is that related to the search? I don't know. They say it was a military attack a few hours ago. A number of residents were killed and injured, and that's about it. Let me show you this. Here is the report from Iranian news outlet ISNA. Again, it doesn't say anything about the plane. Can you guys see this right here? It says announcement from, that's the province, Kogiluye in Boyer Ahmad University of Medical Sciences following the American-Israeli attack on the province. That is the province where I've heard reports that the plane went down. During the enemy's military attack on the province, or provinces it says, I believe it's one province, a certain area in Kogilua city was targeted a few hours ago, which unfortunately resulted in the killing and injury of a number of our fellow provincial residents. Accordingly, 24-hour pharmacies and some selected pharmacies will continue to operate. Doctors and on-call personnel will change their service status to in-person, and war wounded will be treated free of charge. So I don't know what to make of this. I don't know what to make of that. Austin Batman said Shin on X reported copters and gunfire at that location earlier today. At that specific location or in the province? I would have to check. But also you wonder, does this suggest that there was some kind of attack related to a rescue attempt or something, They say that there were civilians killed, but, could this be some kind of event which was something else more than they're describing here? One of our viewers said they probably got too close and a fire mission was called in. You mean they might have, Tachion thinks Iranians might have gotten too close to, say, the site where America thinks the crew member is? Piff says maybe it's a bogus report. The thing is, though, I don't know that it really benefits Iranian media to put out. I believe the ISNA it's believed to have connections with the government, ISNA. But Iranian Students News Agency, I believe it's called. But I don't know why they'd be reporting this just to report a fake thing. I mean, why not? Why, in that case, if it didn't exist, why even report it at all? It certainly doesn't. It's not good news that there was some attack. I just wonder if maybe it was something else, and this is the way that they report on it. Anyways, it's quite interesting to see that. I don't know what to make of this. It's just interesting to see them reporting about an Israeli-U.S. attack a few hours ago in that province. Yeah, I mean, Shin, who I follow about Iran, had reported that there was claims of airstrikes and chopper activity and gunfire roughly a couple hours ago in that part of the country. Again, that came from the report I showed you was from ISNA. It's a news agency run by Iranian university students, but it is financially supported in part by the Iranian government. Let me show you again that province in Iran. Oops, gotta pull this up here. Yeah, the province where reportedly the plane went down. Oops, we lost one of our feeds. I'll fix that in a second. But the province where reportedly the plane went down is Kogilue and Boyer Ahmad province. That's what we were just reading about in southwest Iran. Is there a Kogilue city? That I don't know. But that is the province. Oh, did Tasneem post about this as well? Hold on. Hang on a moment. Oh, I found the report from Tasnim on that attack in that province. That's interesting. Tasnim reports on an American-Israeli attack on the Black Mountain area of Kogiluye. They say, now when did this come out? I can't tell. But they say earlier today the Black Mountain area was hit by a missile. There are dead and injured. That doesn't give you that much detail. So again, reports of U.S. and Israeli attacks today in the province where the plane is believed to have gone down. What to make of that, I don't know. Reuters now reporting, satellite imaging firm Planet Labs said today it will indefinitely withhold visuals of Iran and the region of conflict in the Middle East to comply with a request from the U.S. government. One of the viewers mentioned Flight Radar 24. I mean, there's really not much being tracked very highly. The top tracked plane isn't even in the Middle East. The top track plane is actually a civilian plane in the UK, I think. I mean, there's a refueling tanker in the Middle East. You can see right there, heading away from the Gulf towards Israel. But I mean, that's pretty normal activity. There's a refueling tanker right there. Well, looks like it's off track right now. That left from Israel, but we've been seeing lots of those during the war. I'm not aware of anything very abnormal on there, but nothing is being tracked that much. Dubai, why am I looking at Dubai? What about Dubai? Okay, there's Dubai. There's Dubai. All right. Oh, you're saying, okay, so maybe there may be some sort of drone attack or something going on in Dubai, because what happens when that happens, if they don't let the planes land, they have the planes circled. Thanks for letting me know. Yeah, so that certainly could be going on. If there's, again, some sort of drone attack or drone and missile attack in the area. That's what, I mean, it looks like they're having the plane circle, which we've seen before. So I'll keep an eye. Thanks for letting me know. I'll keep an eye on that. It's something we've seen before. I'll see if we can find out more information. Thank you for mentioning it. Ash mentioned it, and I think we had other viewers mention it as well. Some audio issues, it looks like, with the Beirut stream. It's like the Beirut stream froze. Jerusalem's live. Tel Aviv is live. I think it's live. Yes. Beirut stream having a little issue. Let me hit refresh. Let's see if I refresh it, if anything happens. No, Beirut stream's having an issue right now. It is having an issue at the moment. I have a different one if we need it. Oh, it's back. Thank you, by the way, to our moderators. You know what? I can't see something. Where did that go? Where did it go? Hang on a minute. Gunfire. No, I have no update on the kidnapped journalist who was kidnapped in Iraq several days ago. No update. Hey, thanks to Ruth and Beth Mythical who are moderating over there on YouTube. Leslie Ladyhawk, thank you. Roberts May Queen is moderating, thank you. Also, LB Prairie Dawn, Idaho Star, I got that fire, Matthew Kohai 3 and Sarah on Twitch, thanks so much. And by the way, thanks to, speaking of Twitch, quick thanks to Guy from KC for 5 gift subs. That's really nice of you. Also, Cece and Douthis gave gift subs as well, thank you. Also, Linda Belglary and Misha moderate for us on X, and Charlotte Webb, Brian Daviow, not Brian. Brian's one of our subscribers. Thanks, Brian. Charlotte Webb, Margaret Riley, Larry Body, Andrea Holder, all moderating on Facebook. I really appreciate that. Oh, thanks also. Shaff gave 10 people memberships. That's really kind of Shaff. Thank you, Shaff. And also Cynthia Moon, our moderator. Thanks for being a member too, Cynthia. Andrea Holder, all moderating on Facebook. I'm hearing myself typing. Sorry. Thanks to Brian Daviow for being a member over there on Facebook. I mean, a subscriber on Facebook. Thanks to our Twitch subscribers like Susan Chi, Midtown Mike, Tech Slug, Trump Sidekick, Trump's Pool Guy, Midtown Mike, Susan CHF, that is, Stumpy Stump, Strong One, Dog Balls, Charlie Underfoot, Uncle Fester, Hugh J., Mercury Shadow, Digital Communist, Tech Slug. Thank you for being all of our subscribers over there on Twitch. Seed Music, TV's Frankenfurter. Cece, Moose Dog, Planes Were Cool. Thank you. There are some early warnings in northern Israel. If you have, you may want to check out, hang on a second here. You may want to check out Intel cams. Because Intel cams has some cameras in northern Israel. can see the red early warning area. Pre-alert area. Keep an eye on that. The X account Vahid Online, which posts a lot of videos from Iran, posted a video from 23 minutes ago that says that it is from Dedasht around 4 a.m. Dedasht is in the province where the F-15 is reported to have crashed. And so that video has sounds of fighting in it. I cannot verify the video. That time would have been about 40 minutes ago. Again, I can't verify the video. Vahid says it was a video published on a local channel on a government messenger. I'll post a link to it in the chat. So, possible fighting in the area where, well, in the province where the plane went down. We have missile alerts now. Missile alerts in northern Israel. Missile alerts in northern Israel. Anyone see anything on Intel cams? A lot of those alerts went away really fast. Those were quick alerts. Okay. One of our viewers said they saw interceptions over the Haifa cam. I'll see what I hear about that. again, a lot of rumors tonight. There's unconfirmed reporting, unconfirmed claims of fighting in the province where the plane went down yesterday. I can't verify that. We'll have to see what comes out. Austin Batman said no explosions heard on Intel cams. Hey, thank you, Lord Cannabis, for being a member. Thank you, Lord Cannabis. N12 News says in the last missile alert, the MDA did not receive any initial reports of casualties. Our viewer Claudiote thinks that Iran has the missing person in custody but didn't want to say anything to lure American rescue forces in? That is what Claudiote, our viewer, said. I don't know what's going on there. I have no idea. Oh, Paul Anderson, I think, is modding too. Thank you, Paul Anderson on Facebook, for modding. It is currently 9:21 p.m. Eastern Time. There is still no U.S. government announcement whatsoever. No one in the U.S. government has officially said anything about the plane instance, the planes going down yesterday, the reported search for the reportedly missing crew member of the F-15. Nothing, absolutely nothing said whatsoever. I am seeing something about Kuwait. Give me a moment, please. Kuwait announces, hold on, hang on a moment here. Hang on a moment here. Where is it here? 2 power and water desalination plants attacked. That is from Kuwait Ministry of Electricity and Energy. I'm seeing it right now. Kuwait government says 2 power plants and water desalination plants were attacked by Iranian drones, resulting in significant material damage and the shutdown of 2 electricity generating units. Wow. Kuwait says 2 power plants and water desalination plants were attacked by Iranian drones, resulting in significant material damage and the shutdown of 2 electricity generating units. That seems fairly serious. I just posted it. I'm going to post this for you. I'm going to put it on the screen, but I just wanted to let you know that. Here is the translation of their announcement right here. Can you see this? By the way, thank you to TE88 for the memberships. That is so nice of you, TE88. Thank you. TE88 has given so many memberships. TE88, PFCR, thank you for the memberships. They say Kuwait Ministry of Electricity, Water, and Renewable Energy says 2 power and water desalination plants were targeted by hostile drones as a result of the heinous Iranian aggression, resulting in significant material damage and the shutdown of 2 electricity generating units without any human casualties. The minister confirmed that the technical and emergency teams have commenced their work according to the approved emergency plans in coordination with the relevant authorities to ensure the safety and stability of the electricity and water systems, which represent a top priority, and that all technical teams are working around the clock to ensure the continuity of services. Remember, I believe most people in the Gulf get their water, certainly most people in certain Gulf countries get their water from desalination plants that take the salt out of the salt water. And there has been a worry that Iran could start attacking these plants, which would result in a water crisis. I will give you some more updates about that, the general issue. Hold on a second here. AP says in the Middle East, countries such as Kuwait and Oman source more than 85% of their drinking water from desalination. It removes salt from seawater to produce fresh water. AP had an article back in March. Oil built the Persian Gulf, desalinated water keeps it alive, war could threaten both. Hundreds of desalination plants sit along the Persian Gulf coast, putting individual systems that supply water to millions within range of Iranian missile or drone strikes. Without them, major cities could not sustain their current populations. In Kuwait, about 90% of drinking water comes from desalination, along with roughly 86% in Oman and about 70% in Saudi Arabia. The desalination process produces fresh water that sustains cities, hotels, industry, and some agriculture across one of the world's driest regions. Well, again, Kuwait just announced that two, what'd they say, power plants and desalination plants were attacked by Iranian drones, resulting in significant material damage and the shutdown of two electricity generating units. And I believe that frequently the desalination plant is located with a power plant, if I have that right. Yes, the AP says many Gulf desalination plants are physically integrated with power stations as cogeneration facilities, meaning attacks on electrical infrastructure could hinder the water production. Roberts Mayqueen says, terrible for Kuwait. This is interesting. The Gemini AI says when you have a power plant and a desalination plant located together, by piping the waste steam from the power plant directly into the desalination units, the facility saves an enormous amount of fuel compared to running a power plant and water plant separately. Interesting. Barry says, eye for an eye, retaliation from Iran. Vahid Online posted a video. He said, this video is being aired with the description confronting the bodies of several people who were U.S. pilot POWs, which seems strange because there's only a report of one POW. He says nothing particular is visible in it, and I don't know if it's accurate or not. It seems they inferred from the weapon that the bodies belong to military personnel. Hard for me to see. I will post a link in the chat. Hang on one second. Let me just really quick look at something real quick here. I need to look at something real quick. What am I looking at here? Trying to look at this video. Yeah, I don't know what this is. I mean, maybe it could be a video of people in Iran who were killed in fighting. I don't know. Hey, thanks so much to Julia Barnes and Craig Selleck for your support. I appreciate that. I ate before this stream. I ate in between our two streams here. Is this going to work? Thank you, Yo, it's Hassan, for the membership. I appreciate that. Yo, it's Hassan. Hold on a second here. So again, tonight in Kuwait, Kuwait has said that their oil sector complex, a large building which houses their oil ministry and the Kuwait Petroleum Company, they said that was on fire due to a drone attack, and there's some video floating around which appears to show a big fire on the top of the building. They also said that Kuwait also announced that a different building had been attacked. They said, Kuwait, that, where is it here? The ministry's complex building was attacked, which resulted in severe material damage to that building. And employees of that building will work remotely tomorrow. And Kuwait also announced that 2 power plants and desalination plants had been attacked by drones, resulting in significant material damage and the shutdown of 2 electricity generating units. All of that attacked in Kuwait. Then you wonder about the air defense in Kuwait if all those things are getting attacked. How many drones were fired and how many got through? Now, what Joe Truzman says that a video circulating online via Vahid claims to show the bodies of several individuals who were allegedly searching for a downed American pilot. It appears they were armed when they were killed. The authenticity is unclear. You know, there have been some rumors that U.S. forces were attacking Iranians looking for the body or looking for the missing crew member. I don't know if that's true. I have no idea if that's true. Yeah, I can't show the footage if I don't have the rights to the footage. My X account is linked in the chat. So you can go to my X account and scroll down and see all these things there. Wow. Alert page says multi-victim shooting in Piedmont Park in Atlanta. 1 female shot in head, 2nd victim shot in shoulder. Piedmont Park is like the Central Park of Atlanta. That is not good. Thanks to Pathless Cross for subscribing on Twitch. Thank you. A reminder, tomorrow, Sunday, I am traveling. I am going back to Boston Sunday. So I won't be able to stream during the day on Sunday. Maybe Sunday night. Give me one moment. I'm just looking something up here. What's going on? So this account I follow, Ali BK on Telegram, which reports a lot about stuff in the Middle East, I find them fairly reliable. They get a lot of stuff first. They claim that Iran is targeting this U.S. camp in Kuwait tonight. Camp Buring, by the way, Wikipedia says it is a staging post for U.S. troops in Kuwait. So it's a post for U.S. troops. Camp Buring. It's a U.S. Army post in Kuwait. There's a picture of the sign by Vince Pierce on Wikipedia. So anyways, what this account I follow, Ali BK, is claiming is that they say that Iran is targeting that camp, and also that U.S. forces are said to have launched search and rescue operations toward Iran from that camp. Now, I don't know if that's true. What they did point out is they say this is the camp, which appears to be the right location for the camp in Kuwait. I looked it up on Wikipedia. I'm not positive, but it appears to be the right location. And they say if you look at the NASA firm's NASA satellite fire detection, you see these are all, let's see, between 3 to 6 hours ago, it says. Fire 3 to 6 hours ago, those squares. So is that true? Were there fires at Camp Buring? Did Iran target it? Is it targeting it because it is supporting the rescue mission in Iran? I have no idea. I'm just letting you know. This is a report I saw from an account that does end up being right a lot of the time. But I don't know. That's the best I can tell you on this one. It's Camp Buring, and you spell that Buehring. So something to keep an eye on. Oh, did I miss missile alerts? Did I or not? I don't know. Iranian media says that the Revolutionary Guards claim they shot down an MQ-9 drone over the Iranian city of Isfahan. I don't know if they really did. They claim they did. I do want to check marine traffic. The ship tracking and marine analytics provider, marine traffic. Let me, for the purposes of right now, let me just turn off the, let me just for the moment turn off the, oh no, we're good. You can see everything. So there is the Strait of Hormuz right here. Not much in there right now. The guy turned on his TV or something. Now I have to turn down the sound. All right, I'm turning down the sound for a moment. Where is that coming from? The person turned his TV on the, hold on the Beirut cam. Give me one moment here. I need to get another feed up just so I can get the sound from it. Crazy. It was in a TV program. Give me just a moment here. No, I don't think he was watching this channel. Give me just one moment. Here's what I got to do. I got to turn this. Sound on. See if this works. Okay, so let's make sure this is working. That's working. 1 second. Turn it down a little bit. Okay, so here is marine traffic. There is marine traffic. Let's do a playback of the past day and see some of what's gone through there. There have been several ships going through recent days. Iran has said they need to have, so you see one says talology or something. They go through, they have to go behind Larak Island here. Got to turn down that volume. Too loud. Iran wants, see all these ships right here? Look at all these ships right there. See all those three? It looks like they're going around Larak Island to get out. Low Locos, Legacy, Summit, Success, Mohammed, there's a bunch of them. But, you know, that's not the usual route they would take to go through, to get out. So when the ships go around Larak Island, you know, they're going around with the approval of Iran. Who knows what kind of deal they have worked out. But see all of those four ships. Let me pause it here. Talology, is it? Yolokos, Legacy, Summit, Success. You could see them all go through. Tailology, Summit, Success, and Yolokos Legacy. Let me look those up. If you give me a second, I'll look them up. But you can see them going through. But they're not sneaking through. You know, they're just going through with permission. So tailology, Summit, Success, and Yoloko's Legacy. Let's look up tailology. That went through. Tailology is a tanker flagged in Panama going to China, an oil chemical tanker going to China. That seemed to go through today. See, look. And it went behind Larak Island. Pingfluencer says China got permission. All right, so that's one ship that went through today. Summit Success. Let's look up Summit Success. One of our viewers, Mr. QQQ, says Iran making more deals than Trump. Summit Success is a bulk carrier with the flag of Marshall Islands. That seems to have gone through today. This is marinetraffic.com. you can see the ship went through. The strait is here, but the ships going through nowadays have to go. This is an Iranian island, and this is Keshem Island. These are Iranian islands. Needs to go this way. That's what they're told to do. And that's the route they take. So that ship got out for whatever reason. Then how about Yoloko's legacy? Or is it Loloko's legacy? What is it? It's right there. I see it. Oh, Iolko's legacy. Oops. Iolko's legacy is a bulk carrier. Destination Brazil. Sailing under flag of Malta. That ship also appeared to go through today. As you can see here. As to why these ships particularly are going through, that I can't tell you. Again, here is some more from today. But you can see all those ships have gone through. Egret is going through, looks like. This is very spread up. Looks like Egret went through. And Yekta too went through. Now, this is nothing close to the 130 or so a day that used to go through before the war. And the ship Nikki looks like it went through too, as you can see there. One second, one moment. Why is this doing this? Bear with me 1 second here. Thank you. Thanks for bearing with me. And more ships. I mean, if you told me that like 10 ships went through today or something, went in the out direction, I'd believe you. Miami Pride went through. What is Miami Pride? Miami Pride is a bulk carrier in the Oman, it's an Iranian ship. It's the flag of Iran. Destination Iran. That one was allowed through. Anyway, so certainly some ships went through, as we saw. But Iran is controlling what goes through. You have to clear it with Iran first. It is now 10:15 Eastern Time. The United States government has still said absolutely nothing, zero, about the reported planes that were shot down yesterday in Iran, the reported missing crew member of the fighter jet, the reported search for that crew member, the reported 2 Black Hawk helicopters that took damage while searching for the crew member. Not anything. No statement whatsoever officially from the government at all from anyone. Hey, thanks to thanks Karen Horvat and Michael Fergal for the Facebook stars. Shout out to all of our moderators. Ruth is moderating right now. Thank you, Ruth. I really appreciate it, Ruth. Thank you. And over on Twitch, thanks to Idaho Stars, Serrero, Matthew Kohai 3, and Sarah. Big thanks. Kay Lowry Body on Facebook, Charlotte Webb, Andrea Holder, Shannon Davis Hughes, Margaret Riley, Paul Anderson, thank you. Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha on X, thank you. Thank you, Swole Irish Dude, for subscribing on Facebook, and Calv6ix for subscribing, and Pathless Cross for subscribing on Twitch. Thank also Brinton Photography for being a member on YouTube. Hey, thanks to Sandra S. for the memberships. Thank you, Sandra. That's very nice of you. Sandra S. So we were showing you before that planes were circling and not landing at Dubai airport. It does look like maybe they've started to land, because I do see this plane going towards there right now. I don't know for sure, but maybe they're starting to land. Maybe. Maybe they've already, I haven't been looking at it. Maybe they have been landing. I can do playback. Let's see, playback. Start time. How about the last 20 minutes? How is this working here? What am I doing here? I don't even know where the present is. Where's the present? All right, there's present. Is that the present? I'm confusing myself. I don't know what I was doing. Well, that's now. So it certainly looks like that plane is going towards Dubai Airport. Oh, thanks so much to Brinton Photography. Hey, thanks, Brinton, for the memberships. That's really nice of you. Thank you, Brinton. Oh, there's another plane here. That's weird. Anyways, it looks like some of these planes are now heading into Dubai Airport, as you can see. You got a line of planes there. So, and I'm going to assume, and then that plane just took off from Dubai, it looks like. Looks like that plane took off from Dubai as well. I'm going to assume whatever it was. Got done. Or maybe the drone attack or over, or whatever it is over, whatever it is. It is 10:26. Nothing about from the U.S. government about the planes that were shot down, the pilot, or the weapons what was it? The weapons system operator? Weapons system officer. Nothing. Oh, thanks to Sparky the Human for the memberships. Very nice of you, Sparky the Human. Thanks so much. Also, Susan Hoofker, 949. Thank you, Susan, for being a member. President Trump's schedule tomorrow is executive time and then Easter dinner. That is his schedule tomorrow. I'm going to show you right now. Nothing else on the schedule. This Telegram I follow, Ali BK, says there are direct hits reported in Bahrain. Report of explosions in Bahrain. Did Bahrain say their alarm was on? Yes, 6 minutes ago, Bahrain said that their alarm was sounded. So, hearing reports of possible drone or missile strikes in Bahrain. What is happening in Bahrain? Either new missile or drone attack going on. I need to get some more water in a second. I just need 1 minute. I got to get some more water. Give me 1 minute. I'm coming right back. Steve will be back in 1 minute. The UAE says air defense systems are currently responding to a missile threat. Again, seeing reports of smoke in Bahrain as their alarm siren has gone off. Not sure if something or things have been hit in Bahrain by an Iranian attack. Waiting to hear more about what's going on in Bahrain. You know, I just saw this and one of the viewers mentioned it too. I don't know what to make of this. It's very odd. There's an Instagram page that says it's a government organization. It says official Instagram for Air Force Special Warfare Recruiting. That's what it says. And then they posted like an hour ago claiming that the missing F-15E weapons officer was recovered alive by American Special Operations with Air Force Special Warfare attachments inside contested enemy area in Iran. Now, why would they be posting this if they're an actual government organization? Why would they want to post this? I would think they would especially not want to post it if they're a government organization. I can't confirm it's the official site, but if it is, I'm kind of confused. So I don't know about this. What can I say? Again, it's USAF Spec War Recruiting if you want to go there on Instagram. That's the best it seems strange to me. I mean, I would think that if they were actually in the military, and the military was not itself officially posting this, and the president wasn't posting it, that they would not want to post it. It says government organization on the page, but again, I don't know. So, what can I say? It would be good news, but it seems strange to me. trying to figure out, there are unconfirmed reports of Iranian drones or missiles hitting in Bahrain. Faytux News says reports that Bahrain's Babco refinery, which I think has been attacked already in this war, is under Iranian missile attack. Footage from the area shows a fire breaking out. A local confirms hearing explosions. Yeah, I mean, the Bapco refinery was attacked. Bapco refinery was attacked early. Because on March 9th, Bahrain declared force majeure following an attack on its oil refinery complex. Also, might have been attacked multiple times, but may have been attacked again tonight. Yeah, I just posted I'm seeing some people post about that page I mentioned, which claims to be a government Air Force Special Warfare recruiting page on Instagram, which I believe about an hour ago or so claimed that the pilot, the missing crew member had been rescued alive. And what I posted is what I said to you. I said, if it's an official government site, why would they be posting that information if the rest of the military and the President and Defense Department were not? I would think they could get in trouble for that. I would think they could get in serious trouble for that if they were really affiliated with the military. I mean, that's probably about as serious as you could get in a way. I mean, maybe they did. I don't know. It seems like if it is a legit government site and they have that information, it seems like they could get in a lot of trouble for posting it. So we'll have to see. It's just that part of it seems strange to me. Obey the Octopus thinks there's no way they would be doing that without approval of the Pentagon. Right, now also our viewer Cooter Noodle says, I know Trump wanted to post it first. I will say this, I don't think that's unreasonable. I would think maybe President Trump would want to post about it first. A fire broke out targeting one of the facilities, says the Ministry of Interior. Bahrain Ministry of the Interior. Civil Defense initiates its procedures to control a fire that broke out as a result of the sinful Iranian aggression targeting one of the facilities. So there is a fire ongoing in Bahrain from the new Iranian attack. Is it at the Bapco refinery? I don't know. Hold on, that sound is a little loud. Let me just fix the sound here. Hold on a moment. Let me see if I can go back to the other sound here. What are we hearing on this sound? Give me a moment. No. We're going to switch feeds because this feed has... I'm not going to switch feeds. I'm just going to put the sound on from the other feed. Hang on, I got to do this. Give me a second here. Let me just fix the sound here. Breaking news. Jim Laporta of CBS News reports that Instagram account does not speak for the U.S. Air Force and is not owned by the service. Again, Jim Laporta of CBS News says a U.S. Air Force official says that Instagram account does not speak for the U.S. Air Force and is not owned by the U.S. Air Force. That is from Jim Laporta of CBS News. He said Ellie Watson of CBS had the original report. Who knows when we will get information about this? I have no idea. These are, I see people, I see some prominent politicians posting about the reports. They're really irresponsible posts. A couple of politicians who I will not name say, hey, I've heard these reports about the person being saved. But what kind of reports are you talking about? Are they reliable reports? What is the sourcing? Because then people see the politician and they say, oh, the politician is reporting it. This is what happens. It's really irresponsible. This just happened. Somebody in our chat said blankety blank is saying he's rescued. No, blankety blank, the politician, talked about the reports that they're rescued. This is why it's irresponsible, because people see it and they don't read it and they say, oh, the politician knows. But the politician is just saying there's reports of it. This is why they should not be posting these things. And it's very irresponsible. The UAE is currently dealing with rocket and I think that's probably missile and drone attacks from Iran. New from UAE. A lot of Iranian attacks tonight on Bahrain, on Kuwait, on the UAE. By the way, I want to say thanks to Louis R. Louis just gave 50 people memberships. 50 people. That's so nice of you, Louis R. Make sure you thank Louis R. if Louis R. got you a membership, or somebody else if they gave you a membership or a gift subscription. I really appreciate that, Louis R. Thanks also TE88 for 5 more memberships. That's so nice of you. TE88PFCR, thank you. Hang on a moment here. Faye Tuck's News posted a video of a fire at Bapco refinery, which has been attacked before in this war. I will post a link. You can see it on my X account. I have reposted Faye Tuck's News' post. And I posted a link in the chat. My X account is pinned to the chat. Thanks to Beth Mythical and Queenful and Ruth for moderating. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha over there on X, on Facebook. Thank you to our moderators there. Charlotte Webb, Margaret Riley, Andrea Holder, thank you. Seriro, Idaho Star, and Sarah on Twitch. Thanks to all of our moderators. Thanks, Cece, for your support on Twitch. It is 11:08 Eastern Time. There has still been no comment at all from the United States government about the planes that got shot down, reportedly, about the pilot who's the crew member who's missing, about the 2 helicopters that reportedly got damaged and hit while in the rescue operation yesterday. Not a single official post or comment anywhere from the United States government about any of that, which I believe happened in the morning yesterday. OSIN Technical posted about the thing I was talking about earlier, how it appears that there may be fires at a U.S. staging post base, Camp Buring in Kuwait. I cannot confirm that it has been hit. We talked about this a while ago. This is it right there. And this is in Kuwait. I believe that's it. I believe that is it. And that shows you a number of 3 to 6 hour old fires. The Telegram account Ali BK first noticed this. And again, I don't know if it's been attacked. I can't say. OSINT Technical just posted about the same thing. So I haven't heard any reports that it has been hit, the base. We'll have to wait and see. I will say a number of other targets in Kuwait have been hit tonight. Their building that houses the oil ministry was hit and had a fire. Another ministry's building was significantly damaged, and people are going to be working remotely who normally work there tomorrow. 2 power plants and desalination plants were hit, and by a drone attack. So they've had a number of things hit tonight in Kuwait. Did this base also get hit? I don't know. The base is in northwestern Kuwait. There's Kuwait. There's the Persian Gulf. Don't know. We'll have to see. You can see Wikipedia says Camp Buring is a staging point for U.S. troops in the northwestern region of Kuwait. From its founding to the present date, the base has been used for military troops heading north into Iraq and is the primary location for the Middle Eastern Theater Reserve. Al Jazeera is reporting it. Hey guys, Faytux News just saw this. Al Jazeera has a report. Let me look at it myself. Al Jazeera is reporting that the second U.S. crew member was rescued after a heavy firefight. Al Jazeera just posted this 3 minutes ago. They say a U.S. government official has told Al Jazeera that the second crew member from the downed F-15E has been recovered after a heavy firefight. That's interesting. We'll see if that's true. Someone said you owe apologies. No. Let me just clarify this again. What I have been saying the whole night is there have been claims floating around, some claims claiming this person was rescued. What I have said again and again is I don't know if that's true, but these claims do not cite any kind of reliable sourcing. So what I've been saying is, I can't start believing these claims when they don't cite where they're getting their information, and I'm not familiar with the sourcing. If it so happens to be true, well, maybe those people had good sourcing. Or maybe they didn't have good sourcing, but it turned out they were right. I have never told you what's true and not true, just to be clear. So let's see if that certainly is probably the best report we've had, most credible report we've had so far. I don't think that Al Jazeera is making up that a government official told them this. So let's see if other outlets start reporting this. Again, Al Jazeera reports second missing crew member rescued after heavy firefight. Oh, it says recovered. No, it says rescued and recovered. It says rescued and recovered. It says both of them in the story. Oh, did they change it to recovered and recovered? It said rescued. No, it says rescued. I'm looking at it now. It says rescued. But it also says recovered. So we are waiting to hear more. Will other outlets start reporting this? We'll have to see. I thought it was interesting tonight earlier. Jim Laporta had posted something to the effect of, he reports on military stuff. He had posted something saying like, you can't post stuff, you shouldn't post stuff news-wise if it might, affect the safety of the people involved or something. And I thought, does he know something? It just seemed like an interesting thing to post. Maybe President Trump will post. Desert Darlene says, I'll believe it when I see it. It's interesting also because there were reports, and we've been talking about this, there were reports of possible fights of military operations and possible fighting in that region where the plane went down hours ago. I showed you a report several hours ago from Iranian state media that said there had been a U.S./Israeli attack there and people had been killed and injured. And before that, there were videos coming out purportedly from there, but we weren't sure. If that's when it happened, I mean, it could have happened hours ago. I don't know. Or maybe it didn't, and it happened more recently. Thank you, by the way, to Betty Browning, Chancellor, and Michelle Batten, and Karen Horvat for the Facebook stars. Again, Al Jazeera says a U.S. government official told them that the second crew member was recovered after a, quote, heavy firefight. Well, they said rescued, actually. Rescued, and they also said recovered. You know, I will say this. You need to be careful with the language because it says both rescued and recovered. Now, those could mean different things. It's possible that whoever wrote the headline is not being careful with their language, and it's one or the other. Thank you, by the way, so much to Corn Boozer for the memberships. That's really nice of you. Thank you, Corn Boozer, for your support over there on YouTube. For the memberships, thank you. Thank you, Fiona Diamond, as well for the memberships. Thank you, Fiona Diamond. Yeah, I'm hoping if this crew member was recovered or rescued, that they're okay. And what if there was a heavy firefight? What did that involve? The rescue operation is still in progress, but not safe yet? What? Now they're saying that this team must still exfiltrate and get back to Iran. I mean, get out of Iran. This is really strange. What a strange report this is. All right, hold on a second. I'm going to put this on the screen for you. Well, I'm not going to tell you again, but that's what they said. They said that the operation is still ongoing and the rescue team must still exfiltrate from Iran. Wow, this is a really strange report. Al Jazeera says, we have more on the U.S. operation inside Iran. A U.S. government official has told Al Jazeera that the rescue operation is still in progress. Why would he or she say such a thing? The missing crew member is confirmed rescued, but not safe yet. The rescue team must still successfully exfiltrate from Iran and get back to safety. That doesn't even make sense. I mean, why would a government official tell a news outlet this? I mean, I know that's a crazy headline, but I'm not making this up. I am not making this up. That is literally what they just reported. One of our viewers, Magdalena, thinks that Al Jazeera is getting pranked by someone. So odd. All right, I'm going to tell you their new report. Here is their newest report from Al Jazeera. We were told by a U.S. government source that overnight, the missing crew member, I'm shortening this a little bit, has been located and there was a rescue effort, but there was a fierce firefight. The latest indication we have is that the crew member has not left Iranian territory, and because of the ongoing hostilities, there could still be danger to that person and other people involved in the rescue effort. So this is an ongoing active rescue effort. But the airman is not basically out of Iranian territory. And we don't know the gender of the person. The U.S. rescue team still needs to successfully exfiltrate them out of the country and to safety, and we have no confirmation that has happened. It's a very strange report. That is a very strange report. One of the viewers said, is it Hegseth that leaked that to them? I can't imagine that a U.S. government representative who in the business who would be in a position to know this would actually tell it to some sort of media outlet that knew that on the record, in a sense of knowing that they would publish this. Crazy. It's so crazy. I leave it to you. Why am I so skeptical of Al Jazeera? This is not about being skeptical of Al Jazeera, period. It's about questioning why a government official would tell them this if it were true. Surely you can understand that. It was also really weird because they first just said the person is rescued. It's like, okay, well, maybe they got some inside information on that. And then a few minutes later, they said, well, the rescue is still going on. So either it's false or they've just publicly told the world that this team and the crew member is still inside Iran trying to leave. Oops. Going to have to go to the other. Oh, no, Beirut there. Beirut cam is back. Now, I don't think it's a crazy thought, by the way. I don't think it's crazy to think that there could be a firefight and there could be difficulty getting the person out. That's all believable. Could explain a lot of the silence, but who knows what's actually happening? I'm interested in seeing if they keep the story up. I don't know that I've ever seen a story like that reported, saying that, oh, the person's been rescued, but they're not out of there yet. You know, there's this other thing you might think, which is like, in some weird way, did they feel they had to say that because they wanted to did somebody say to them, hey, we, the U.S. government, want to report it's over? So they're like, okay, we'll go back and say it's not over. I mean, I don't know, but that would be a reason for them to change their report all of a sudden. Oh, Mercado says there's a possibility the rescue didn't go so well. Look, I mean, that's definitely the case, right? So remember, they said there was a firefight. We've been hearing reports of possible fighting. So it's certainly possible that other people could have been injured, other Americans. I hope not, but that's a whole other thing we don't know. I will say this. If, like 5 hours ago, they went in there and got the crew member and left, it doesn't really make any sense to me why the government would just not be saying anything about it. I would think if they went in there 5 hours ago and got the person and brought them out, that would be something the government would want to announce. So if that happened and they didn't announce it, there's got to be some reason for that. I don't think it would take 5 hours to inform the family of the person that they had rescued them. I'm sure they know exactly who that person is, and I'm sure they've been in touch with the family before. A quick thanks, by the way, to DT Stacy, our member. I'll say this as well. It would be it's not unbelievable to me. It would be a bit surprising to me if Al Jazeera had this story before everybody else. Not that it couldn't happen. But usually for a domestic story, well, I mean, I guess it is in the Middle East, but usually for a domestic story, you'd expect someone else to have it. Although someone else might say, they might say, well, the more legacy outlets would just not report it because they would be told not to report it. Whereas maybe Al Jazeera doesn't feel that kind of need to not report something. Excuse me. I want to give you another update from Al Jazeera. Okay, so they just posted something else, Al Jazeera. They say there's scarce details about what happened. We know there were strikes in the city of Dedasht, which is in the general region where the plane went down. Oh, they're saying, so they say, we know at least 4 people were killed in those strikes and 1 was wounded. Then we heard the number of people killed were even higher. There were unofficial reports of clashes, but that's unconfirmed. They said there was a very intense situation there, and it was very clear there was an operation going on by the Americans to try to rescue the second pilot. Okay. So that doesn't really tell you much, what they just said. Oh, we lost our sound. What happened to the sound? Let's see here. Hold on a moment. Oops. All right, I got to switch to this sound. Hang on here. We'll hear sound in a second. Bahrain says they have extinguished a fire in the facility as a result of the Iranian aggression. Faytux News said that they believed that fire was in the Bapco refinery, oil refinery. Just so you know, our viewer mentioned this, thanks to our viewer. So we told you earlier, there was a Instagram account that claimed to be a government account, claimed to be the official Air Force Special Warfare Recruiting Instagram account. And they claimed that the crew member had been rescued. Jim Laporta of CBS News then reported that CBS News talked to the Air Force, and the Air Force said that Instagram account was not connected to the Air Force. That Instagram account has now deleted that post, as our viewer mentioned. Thanks to our viewer, American Girly 420. Thank you to Mercado91. Hey, that's really nice of you, Mercado91. Thanks for the memberships. I appreciate that. Thanks to everybody who's been watching the stream. It's possible that other American journalists have heard things and they just feel like they can't post it. Maybe somebody has told a journalist, hey, you can't say this, but this operation's going on or something, and they're like, well, you can't post it though. So I don't know what connected journalists know. Or maybe nobody's told them anything. I'm going to say claims. Because we just don't know if that's true. Randall says have to wait and see. Breaking news. Fox News' Jennifer Griffin reports that the second crew member is safe and rescued after a complex rescue operation that began Friday morning. 2 senior U.S. officials tell me. So, Fox News is now reporting missing crew member rescued and safe. That sounds like good news. That is from Jennifer Griffin. Give me 1 second here. Breaking news. Again, Jennifer Griffin of Fox News says 2 senior U.S. officials confirm the crew member is rescued and safe after a complex rescue operation that began Friday morning. So Al Jazeera and Barak Ravid has also reported it. Barak Ravid of Axios, this feels like they're now allowed to report it. That's what it feels like. Because at the same time, or it's being released to the media all at the same time. U.S. Special Forces rescued the second crew member of the fighter jet that was shot down over Iran. This operation, Axios said, was conducted by a specialized commando unit with a high volume of air cover, and all of the forces are now out of Iran. According to sources, Axios says that both crew members made contact via their comm system after ejecting. It took more than a day to locate and rescue the second crew member. And Air Force conducted strikes. Air Force conducted strikes against Iranian forces to prevent them from reaching the crew member. That's according to Axios. Let me just tell you that again from Axios. It's interesting reporting from Axios. So Axios says that the F-15, that both crew members made contact via their comms after ejecting, but it took more than a day to locate and rescue the second crew member. And the second crew member was located on Saturday, and the Revolutionary Guard Iranian forces tried to go send forces to prevent the rescue, and the U.S. Air Force conducted strikes against those Iranian forces to prevent them from reaching the area. Wow. Some of our viewers saying they want to see the movie. Hopefully no one else, well, it sounds like people on the Iranian side were killed. I was going to say hopefully we don't hear about others who were injured and killed. I haven't heard about any Americans, others. Well, we do know that on Friday it was reported that one or more helicopters during the rescue operation had been shot at and people on them wounded. We don't have the details on that, though. Also, that A-10 Warthog reportedly got shot down during the rescue operations. I don't know how that pilot is. So this is now multiple reports, guys, not just Fox News. Axios reporting it too. Jennifer Griffin posted another update from Fox News. She, like Axios, says that the both crew members did eject. Okay. Jennifer Griffin reports that the missing crew member used the survival, evasion, resistance, and escape training to evade capture, hiding on an elevated ridge after hiking away from the wreckage and putting out an emergency beacon. Special Operations Rescue Forces, to include PJs, para-rescue men, and many layers of elite rescue forces took part in the complex, layered mission to both find the person and keep the Iranian forces at bay. There are videos that appear to show injured and dead Iranian forces who were looking for the downed American crew member. There was fighting on the ground, but no Americans killed. Many different branches of the U.S. military were involved in the rescue. Also, there was the A-10 aircraft was destroyed because it had sensitive equipment on board as part of the search and rescue mission. It sounds like. Two rescue helicopters, she says, were hit by enemy fire, and crew members were injured, but they made it out of Iran. So she says it was a very complex operation. That's Jennifer Griffin of Fox News. So again, her report seems to suggest, if I'm reading it right, that the A-10 was destroyed during the search and rescue mission, maybe further destroyed, because it had sensitive equipment on board. Oopsie, oopsie, hold on. Certainly good news for the family of this missing crew member. Cynthia Sido says, I think this is the news we were all waiting for. Did you hear, says, shot down and they demoed it. Same thing happened to a crashed Black Hawk during the Bin Laden raid. The Washington Post says the same thing. Crew member rescued and safe. Many reports say this now. The Washington Post says an intense search and rescue mission launched Friday after the F-15 crashed. One crew member was quickly rescued. The search continued into Saturday for the second. Yes, so we have multiple reports. It seems like what happened is, it's interesting. It's either the government went to all these reporters at once and told them this, or they knew it and they were allowed to say it at a certain time. But all these reports coming out very close to each other in time. Wow. Sounds like it was a very complex operation. Seems possible that Trump and others in the administration were just monitoring this the last 2 days. CBS News is reporting the same thing. Same thing. Wall Street Journal, same thing. I am fine just making that the headline. Given all of the outlets saying they have heard it from U.S. officials, I am fine from just saying it at this point. That is good news coming just at the end of Saturday night into Sunday morning. Cliff P. said, I would totally watch a documentary on this. Huge news. I wonder if President Trump will post about it soon. I would think he might. One of our viewers said Trump used to break this news himself. What happened? It's interesting. I mean, a lot of times he does break the news, but I'm sure there's reasons. Maybe they wanted to get it out there and he is dealing with stuff there. X says they got him. Shrimp says so that Instagram account was right. Yeah, I mean, again, I don't know if they might have had good information or they might have not had good information. There's just no way of knowing. Maybe they had an inside source. Karen Horvath says this is such good news. Sunset Limited thinks Trump will go live on the telly. Maybe he'll release a video. Oh, hold on a second here. One of the viewers said that there was injuries to that Jennifer Griffin said that the crew member had serious injuries. Let me just see if I can see what she said. Hold on, I can pull it up here. Hang on. Let me just see what I'm reading what she was saying on Fox a few minutes ago. It's very impressive to me that both of these crew members could eject. We had 2 planes went down and 3 different crew members ejected and they all survived. I mean, that in itself to me is just incredible. They can eject from these planes. Oh, sorry, I don't know why this, there's like no volume on that. I had static volume on this. It is playing. Now, you know what? Why don't I put the other Beirut shot on? This should work. Give me one moment here. One moment here. Reuters, all different outlets are reporting this rescue and what sounds like it was a complex operation of the second crew member. All forces reported have left Iran. I was going to see, she said, I was watching what Jennifer Griffin said. She said the rescue operation was basically going on for 2 days. Hang on. I'm watching what Jennifer Griffin said. Yeah, again, she said the second crew member hiked up to a ridgeline and hid and emitted an emergency beacon. How about that? She said where he was hiding. The injuries are likely to be serious, she said to the crew member. The pilot is still in the region getting treatment. That suggests the medical condition of the pilot is such that he cannot travel onto Landstuhl yet, she said. Must be stabilized before you can do that. Virginia Sully says, glad they are back getting medical care. Did Trump post? President Trump posted saying we got him. Hey guys, President Trump has posted on Truth Social. I'm going to get it up for you on the screen right now. Here is the post from President Trump. He says, we got him. My fellow Americans, over the past several hours, the United States military pulled off one of the most daring search and rescue operations in U.S. history for one of our incredible crew member officers, who also happens to be a highly respected colonel, and who I am thrilled to let you know is now safe and sound. This brave warrior was behind enemy lines in the treacherous mountains of Iran, being hunted down by our enemies, who were getting closer and closer by the hour, but was never truly alone because of his Commander-in-Chief, Secretary of War, Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, and fellow warfighters were monitoring his location 24 hours a day and diligently planning for his rescue. At my direction, the U.S. military sent dozens of aircraft, armed with the most lethal weapons in the world, to retrieve him. He sustained injuries, but he will be just fine. The miraculous search and rescue operation comes in addition to a successful rescue of another brave pilot yesterday, which we did not confirm because we did not want to jeopardize our second rescue operation. This is the first time in military memory that 2 U.S. pilots have been rescued separately deep in enemy territory. We will never leave an American warfighter behind. The fact that we were able to pull off both of these operations without a single American killed or even wounded just proves once again that we have overachieved overwhelming air dominance and superiority over the Iranian skies. This is a moment all Americans, Republican, Democrat, and everyone else should be proud of and united around. We truly have the best, most professional, and lethal military in the history of the world. God bless America, God bless our troops, and happy Easter to all. That is the message from President Trump. Well, great work by the all of the troops who took part and everybody else who took part in this operation. They managed to rescue both of them. And certainly, I'm sure, putting themselves in danger. Sondit says, good job, no one died in the operation. R2D2 says, great news. Amy Celeste says, I am happy for him and his loved ones. It is such a relief. Well, again, this is very good news. Wow, we hadn't heard anything for so long, and then we just kind of started hearing things. Right around midnight. Thanks so much, by the way, for the gift memberships. T. Willow, I do appreciate that. Thank you. Give me a moment here. Thanks also, Cece. Cece says, thank God our troops did well. And Sleeping Kisa for subscribing on Twitch. Also, the Crunch Tickler on Twitch. Thanks for subscribing. And Elizaveta Eli, thanks for the bits. Thanks, Louis R. Louis R says, gonna make a hell of a movie someday. Yes, this is confirmed. President Trump posted about it. President Trump posted about it. And look, there were people who were killed and injured in this operation. We have heard that Iranians were killed and injured in the operation. Jennifer, was it, I think multiple reports said this, but just to remind you. Yeah, Axios said that U.S. jets conducted strikes against Iranian forces to prevent them from reaching the area. And Jennifer Griffin said, part of the mission was keeping the Iranian forces hunting the American crew member at bay. There was fighting on the ground, but no Americans killed in the operation, Jennifer Griffin said. Hold on a moment here. Faytuck's News mentions that the New York Times reports, Faytuck's News found this, the New York Times reports that 2 transport planes that were supposed to carry the commandos and the rescued airmen to safety got stuck at a remote base in Iran. So the U.S. flew in 3 new planes to extract everyone, and they blew up the 2 disabled planes rather than have them fall into Iranian hands. Wow. The New York Times said the operation involved hundreds of special operations troops. No U.S. casualties among the rescue team. President Trump said, the New York Times reported that as well. The Times said the mission involved hundreds of special forces troops, dozens of warplanes, helicopters, and cyber, space, and other intelligence capabilities. The Times also said the CIA often plays a role in making contact with civilians willing to help vulnerable troops stay alive, a process known as unconventional assisted recovery. I don't know if that happened in this case. Oops, something wrong with the feed there. Feed. Ugh, I gotta stop. Hold on. Thank you so much to Maureen Green for the memberships. That's really nice of you, Maureen Green. Thank you. Also, thank you to all of our moderators who have been here, like Roberts, Mayqueen, and Ruth are here right now. Thank you so much. Roberts, Mayqueen, and Ruth. Also our Twitch moderators like Cerrero, an Idaho Star, Sarah. I Got That Fire, Matthew Kohai 3. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha moderate for us on X, on Facebook. Charlotte Webb. K. Lowry Body, Margaret Riley. Shannon Davis Hughes. Also, thanks so much to Paste04, well, Pace04 for the memberships. I really appreciate that, Pace04. All right, give me a moment here, guys. Carolyn Levitt posted, proud of our troops, proud of our president, proud to be an American. That's from the White House press secretary there. By the way, just to remind people, I am traveling today. I am traveling back to Boston today. My flight is in about, well, like 13 hours or something, I think. So once we get done with this, I'm going to probably, well, sleep and pack or pack and sleep. By the way, thanks to, hold on. Appreciate everybody who's been watching the stream. I want to read some more comments from you guys. By the way, thanks to also to Military Grunt. Thank you, Military Grunt, for the memberships. I really appreciate that. I'm guessing, though, that probably in the White House they were following this for 2 days. Now, by the way, as positive news as this is, there's still a war going on, and President Trump still has his deadline of, well, he had said before his deadline was 8 p.m. Monday. And then earlier on Saturday, he said, remember, time is running out 48 hours before all hell will rain down on them. So what's going to happen with that? What's going to happen with that? We also had tonight numerous strikes in Kuwait reported by Kuwait, by Iran, including 2 desalination plants were reportedly hit. So there is still a war going on. Gigi's Kitty says that's why Trump didn't leave for Florida. Mort says, I don't see blowing up more of their infrastructure will convince them to make a deal. We'll see if that happens. I mean, we've seen infrastructure blown up. There was, I think their biggest petrochemical facility or complex was hit by Israel this past day. Chaba Sama thinks he'll say another 2 weeks again. Hey, thanks to Hoppy HF for the memberships. I really appreciate that. Thank you, Hoppy. Trying to Survive says wonderful news. We have been on for a while today, guys. Maybe it might not be the worst idea, since I am flying out of here later today, for me to start wrapping up this stream. We were able to get the outcome of this, fortunately. So I think that's probably what I should do now. I'm glad we were able to be live for it and bring it to you as it happened. And we will, of course, be doing more coverage on this war. But as I mentioned, on Sunday, which is, well, on the East Coast already Sunday, I will be traveling. It's possible that I could get on the air Sunday night, but we'll have to see. We'll have to see. I'm just going from Chicago back to Boston. I have been in Chicago for like a week or so for this conference I went to earlier this week. But I'm glad we got to, again, get you these updates. And we will, of course, have more for you. It was the Online News Association conference. I was there for the channel. I think it'll be a helpful thing for the channel, hopefully. All right. If you want to, I have reposted, I'm not going to go say all these things again, but reposted what President Trump said and Jennifer Griffin's report and the Axios story. I reposted all of that on my X account. If you want, you go to my X account and scroll down if you want to get caught up on everything if you weren't here the last few minutes. But yes, remember this war is still going on and we will have to see what happens. We have, understandably so, the last 2 days been focused on the plane issue. But, the larger situation still stands. But I do appreciate everybody being here for our live coverage. And if you like, subscribe, follow Agenda Free TV. We cover all kinds of live breaking news without an agenda on this channel. I would suggest you turn on the notifications because I never know when we're going to go live, when big news is going to happen. But we have a free notification system. You sign up once, and then you get notified when we're going live before the stream every time. It works really well. It's our Discord notifications. So the mods will put in the chat the link to sign up for those, but I would sign up for those so you don't miss a stream, and sign up for the notifications. Also, I will be posting on my X account even as I am traveling later today. I will be posting updates on my X account, which is @Lookner on X. You can follow me there for breaking news updates. And again, I will be posting during the day. But we will be having plenty more coverage for you. But again, I really appreciate people sending in all of their updates during the stream, letting me know what you were hearing, sending in comments. I'm sorry we can't get to all the comments, but I'm just looking for stuff. If I see stuff tonight, I will post it as well. Maybe I don't know if they would release video of it. I wonder if the government will release any video of the rescue operation. Maybe eventually we'll get to hear from the pilot and the crew member. Mamie Washington says, incredible night for America. Haruna Q says, video of it would be interesting. But again, I appreciate everybody. We got a lot of people were sending me stuff and really helpful comments from the chat tonight. So thanks for helping with the coverage. And a huge thank you to our moderators, of course. They are fantastic. And we have had moderators here during our whole coverage today. People like Ruth. Thank you so much, Ruth, for moderating. Robert's May Queen. Havasu Mom was over there. Who else? Leslie Lady Hawk. Beth Mythical. All of our YouTube mods. Huge thank you. Our Twitch moderators. Cerrero, I Got That Fire. Matthew Kohai 3, Sarah, and all of our Twitch moderators. Huge thanks. Linda Belglary, Misha moderate for us on X. All of our Facebook moderators, Shannon Davis Hughes, Margaret Riley, Kay Lowry Body, Charlotte Webb, Paul Anderson, Andrea Holder. Huge thanks to all of our moderators for being here during our coverage so people could have chat rooms and chat about the story with each other. Huge thanks. So thanks so much for everybody who supported the channel tonight too, with the memberships and on Twitch. Hopefully I got everybody. Oh, I didn't thank Real Sportsman, our member. Thanks, Real Sportsman. And also, hang on. Everybody else. Also, somebody gave some memberships. It was Sparky the Human. Sparky the Human. Thanks so much for the memberships. Yes, we already read President Trump's statement. We read the whole thing. I reposted it on my X account. You can go there and see it if you missed it before. But thanks so much for supporting the channel. That's what allows the channel to exist, is your support. And hey, also another good way to find out when we're live is to follow us on X at Agenda Free TV. I always post there before we're going live. I post updates about the channel there at Agenda Free TV. For those of you on X. And we do have a chat where you can chat with other viewers when we're not on the air. A lot of our viewers like doing that. It is the Discord chat. It is free. Check out the Discord chat. It's the same link as the free notifications link if you want to check that out. Thanks so much to our Discord mods who help us out in the Discord chat. I really appreciate it. And also, let's see here. Oh, for those who watch on YouTube, I would turn on the YouTube notifications. That's another good way to find out when we're live. If you do watch on YouTube, to turn on the YouTube notifications, you got to subscribe to the channel, then click the notifications bell and choose all notifications. Again, subscribe to the channel, click the bell and choose all notifications. If you're already subscribed, just click the bell and choose all notifications. I do want to thank also all of our Facebook subscribers who support the channel, like Barry Eisler, Christy Claft, Robert Rial II, Margaret Riley, Kay Lowry Body, Martha Crawford, all of our other subscribers over there. Thank you so much for our Facebook subscribers, our Twitch subscribers, like Midtown Mike and Hugh J and Wall Street and Shaggy. Thank you so much for your support. JTB, Guy from KC, Gam Gamoff 5, Tech Slug, Neo Geo Zach, Chi-Town Bear, Atomic Farting, and all of our other Twitch subscribers, Digital Communist, Seed Music, CC, thank you. All of our YouTube members, people like Hack, Patricia Grace, Evelyn in Maine, Platinum Dose, Cherry Cola, Crypto King, Rock Yo, Haruna Q, Gary Baines, Mons, CJ Breaks Things, VC Gamer, Zeppelin, Olin McKinney, Gene Romaine, Berry, Eric Johnson, Vanilla Coke, VC Gamer, Gigi Skittles, Marie Solder Valley. I think it's Marisol Del Valle, not Marie Solder Valley. Thank you. Danny G, Zane Isaiah, Real Sportsman, Mike J, Troy's Reviews, Maureen Green, Gary Baines, all of our other members over there on YouTube, thank you. And all of our viewers, Mary B, Lazy Queen, Hulk Flat, Anon Vex, Lucian, Daniel Eberhardt, Charis, Born in Time. Thanks for watching. Spooks, Dave the Slave, Plumbus, Simp Nasty, Hectate, Lulu, Mudmore over on Twitch and everybody else watching there. Sandy Zapp, Paula Thompson, Janet and Irene. Hi, Levy. Thanks for watching. All right, so we're going to wrap this up. Also, all of our ex-viewers, too. Thanks, USA Prepper, for watching also. Bluebird Softball Cookie. Platinum Dose. A report from Barak Ravid before I go. Barak Ravid of Axios says that a senior Trump administration official told me prior to locating the weapons system officer and the rescue operation, the CIA launched a deception campaign spreading word inside Iran that U.S. forces had already found him and were moving him on the ground out of the country. I guess maybe to mislead people about where to go or something. And they said that the CIA was able to find the weapons systems officer. A brave American soul inside a mountain crevice. So again, Axios is reporting that the CIA launched a deception campaign spreading word inside Iran that U.S. forces had already found him and were moving him on the ground out of the country before they actually found him. I guess to, I don't know, maybe move people away from him or something. I don't know. I guess that would suggest that they had assets, people on the ground inside Iran, undercover. Or people who just work for them in Iran, Real Sportsman says, incredible operation considering it was in enemy territory. There's unconfirmed images of the forward air base in Iran used to rescue the crew member that OSINT Technical posted. Remember, the New York Times reported that the original two planes they were going to use to fly out, something went wrong with them, so they had to destroy those planes and bring other planes in. I just reposted that post from OSIN Technical about that. Definitely movie worthy, says Tanks a Lot. One of the viewers said they could be making that story up too. You know, you do wonder, is there anything about the rescue they make up to make a further rescue easier? You know what I'm saying? Like, do you want to get all the real details about the rescue out there? Maybe not, if you have to do a further rescue, right? Who knows? Who knows? All right, I got to go because I am flying out today. So I got to get some rest and also pack and everything. Again, good job. Great work by all of those. Sounds like it was a very complex operation involving, I guess, hundreds of people who participated in this to successfully rescue that pilot. Some of them, you know, certainly putting their own lives at risk. And we'll have to see where this larger conflict goes. This war is still ongoing. But certainly, again, a good day for the family of that missing pilot or the missing crew member. Okay, so I am going to wrap this up. I am traveling today. Maybe I can get on the air late tonight. I don't know. We'll see. But we will have more coverage this week. So again, thank you for tuning in. Thanks so much for sending in all your updates and everything. Thanks so much to our moderators. And we will see you soon with more live breaking news coverage right here at Agenda Free TV.